Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome everyone in the test trading room on the YouTube and in the VIP room as well. I hope everyone is doing great and ready for another roller coaster day on the market, at least based on the yesterday moves and definitely the pre-market moves already. Hi, Miguel, Brian, Mark, Clifton, team. Nice to see you. Scott, DVG. Welcome for today's trading, and let's just make a nice green day again, like just yesterday. Also yesterday, personally, I did not have a huge green day, but quite of a nice one, especially thanks to the TQQQ trade, which is going to be ready soon to production, and you can watch it on the YouTube later on how I just managed this TQQQ trade. Hi, Anticipator. Hi, Dor. Good morning to you. All right, guys. So seems like this big pump which just happened in the afternoon yesterday on the S&P 500, the triple Q, and actually all over the world, not just on the U.S. stock exchanges. It's not lasting so far. Look at this epic historic pump yesterday based on Trump's words that he is ready to postpone the tariffs for 90 days or so. After this euphoria and the joy, some fear just get back to the Wall Street, especially some big analysts and economists warning that might this is just a real dead cat bounce, and one of the investment houses, it was I think from UBS, top strategist called Banyu Bavaya. He just thought that my the investors need to sell any rallies until more is known about what tariffs will do to growth. So this is still a very much reasonable fear of the market. Why? And this is the reason why we can see the market to pulling down after this fantastic epic move of yesterday to the upside, because it's okay that the tariffs has been postponed, but no one knows still what's going to be the end of the negotiations, because I'm sure there will be some negotiations. And don't forget that this tariffs postponed, it was valid for every countries except of China. So the trade war is still going on between the US and China. It's getting even more nasty. So traders still a lots of question mark out. So might the fear is going to be triggered still, and it's going to stay here. So let's be careful with every move. Hi Tara, good afternoon to you. Nice to see you. Hi Lee, good morning. What a crazy afternoon yesterday, guys. Amazing. I hope you could take an advantage. Unfortunately, in the evening, I could not get back, or for me, it's in the European time, it's the evening, but like market time in the afternoon, I could not get back for trading, unfortunately, because this was like a huge move to the upside. So I really hope you could take some advantage on it. And let's see whether, yeah, today it's going to be a continuation and the market can find uh, support around this 530 level, which is the pre-market support for the SPY, and make a nice continuation higher, or it's just going to fail and we are going to get a sell-off, as just the UBS top strategist told that he advises investors to sell any rallies until we know more about the tariffs. Well, yeah, this is the biggest question definitely at the moment. Even the Amazon CEO, he just told that he thinks that the result of the tariffs is going to be the following, that it will, I mean, the tariffs, the cost of the tariffs will pass increased tariff cost on the customers indeed. And the Jesse just told to the CNBC, well, it's quite obvious that at the end it's going to be seen on the prices, on the items prices, and everywhere, actually grocery stores everywhere in the world. But let's see whether we will get a negotiations before that is happening, or this is going to be really, really pushing the prices higher. At the moment, if we are talking about the prices, the CPI has been released already with the unemployment claims, and very nice surprise, pleasant surprise on the CPI numbers, as core CPI, monthly CPI, and even the yearly CPI seen a nice push to the downside traders. So instead of zero point 0.3, the monthly core CPI just get to 0.1, which is a really great improvement in the prices. CPI monthly got to minus 0.1, really good news. And the yearly CPI is down to 2.4 from 2.8 on the previous month's data. So really, really good numbers. And finally, we see that this goal of the Fed, which is the 2% on the yearly, is getting quite close. It's 2.4 now, so not too much to go. But what can we do? Tariffs is here, and unfortunately, I'm not sure that this is going to stay like that, especially if it's going to, after the 90 days, it's going to get into effect again. Hi, Alamu. Good morning to you. Hi, Banzai. Nice to see you. Yes, Tara. You hope I bought my crystal ball. No, you. Okay. Well, I did not, but I have great candidates. Okay. And don't forget what I'm just keep telling you for days, that I am expecting huge red and huge green days. I don't think so. We will find a peace soon, unfortunately, on this market. Well, not unfortunately, because volatility. Sorry, guys. Volatility, it is our friend, one of our best friend indeed. So we really like volatility, and definitely we are not going to get bored. But yes, that's a very good question, which direction we are going to go today. So far seems like it's a small pullback because the fear is still hanging over the whole Wall Street, and everyone is guessing what's going to be the long-term effect of these tariffs. Everyone is on the fear side still. That's why we see almost everything into the red. And again, the semicons are really deep to the red side. SOXL down 10%, Apple 4, AMD 3.4, NVIDIA is back, Tesla is back. But yesterday we have seen a really big green day at the end, so I'm not surprised in a small pullback at least, which is, I would say 3%. It's not a small pullback, but seems like traders that nowadays, especially since this tariffs turmoil and the liberation day, this becomes a new normal, at least now, until, as I've told you, the things are not going to come down a little bit. There is no chance for that, as I see, so volatility stays. And even I must tell you that the unpredictable market movements are staying, Tara. So even without a crystal ball, I would say that anything can happen. With a crystal ball, definitely would be easier, but I don't have one. Okay, guys, now let's see the news for today. As I mentioned, everyone was extremely euphoric on the news that 90 days postponed on the tariffs, but after this euphoria, the fear just get back to the market. Trump's tariff post takes bad outcomes off the table, but this UBS strategy says investors should still sell the rallies. This is what I was talking about. What else here? Those set for a 600-point drop after the S&P and the Nasdaq retreating after the historic rally following the Trump's tariff climbed down. CPI shows that U.S. consumer prices falling in March for first time since 2020. So this is a really good news. But as you can see, traders, even because yesterday the Fed minutes did not mean too much for the market, not even the treasuries, bond auctions, nothing. Everything is overshadowed by the tariffs news and seems like it's going to stay for a while. What else in the international news? Here is Bill Ackman again before I go there. No game suite for me, says Ackman as he praises Trump approach to tariffs. Okay, international news and the rest of the stock exchanges of the world seen a very nice climb, of course, after this huge afternoon moves on the US market. Like Europe is up more than 4%, everywhere almost 5%. Asia nicely up, especially the Nikkei, 9% higher. Traders Hang Seng only 2%. And Baidu and Baba are green on my watch list. By the way, crypto is nice and were nice and green, but not anymore, into the red side. And the Bitcoin climbed back towards this 80 84,000 level, but now it's just pushing back again, 81,600 at the moment. So let's see what's going to happen next. As I mentioned, everything is depending on the news. Today we got CPI numbers, unemployment claims out. CPI numbers were really nice and pleasant surprise, and we will still going to get 30 years bond auction at 1 p.m. and federal budget balance at 2 p.m. But before that, a bunch of FOMC member speakers are going to get into the stage. And I'm just telling you the first one who is going to be at 9:30 sharp with the market open. FOMC member Bauman or Logan speaks. After that, Bauman and Schmid at 10 o'clock and Goolsby and Harker speaking at 12 p.m. So seems like it's going to be a FOMC member speakers day as well. And tomorrow after the CPI, we are expecting the PPI. Let's see whether it's going to just cause a very nice, pleasant surprise again. Hi, Todd. Good morning to you. All right, so traders, if you have any questions regarding trading, regarding the tests, accounts, packages, VIP room, anything like that, please just drop me an email. And if you have any candidates for today, please just let me know because this is the next step that I'm going to go and get some candidates. Well, as I mentioned you, everything is overshadowed by the tariff news and the news, and now the fear get back a little bit to the market after the euphoria, but we still have some movers like US Steel, thanks to Trump again. The X is just down 10% because Trump said he did not want the steel maker to go to Japan. Again, his comments insinuated that he did not support Nippon Steel bid for the company X. So seems like X again on the verge for a very nasty pullback. That's why it's going to deserve a place to my short side. As I see, Scott has more to the short side for today as well, which is not a surprise in my opinion. To the long side today, I don't know what to, maybe DJT because yesterday it got some good news. To the short side, definitely X is one of my favorite. CarMax is here as well. It stumbled 7% on the heels of a disappointing fiscal fourth quarter earnings on KMX. So KMX can just go to our short side as well. Magnificent Seven, the mega cap tech stocks pulling back after big runs during the prior session after Trump's announcement. And Tesla led the way, sliding more than 3% after Wall Street firms cut their price targets on the electric vehicle maker. And even Nvidia is falling, soaring more than 18% in the preceding session. And even Apple is moving down sharply. So all of them like 3%. I'm going to get Tesla to the short side. But I must tell you, traders, with especially with Max 7, I'm going to be really, really careful because as you could see again, the sentiment just can turn in no second. And if we get some more news like EU is ready to talk about tariffs, for example, I don't know, it's just a hypothetical headline in my head, not on the papers. But if we get some favorable news, like positive news on the tariffs negotiations, that this can push back the market again to the highs. The opposite, of course, it can just make a ugly move to the downside as well. So everything again going to depend on the news. So Powell always used to say that everything is data dependent. Now I'm telling you that everything is tariff news dependent on the market, and it's going to stay like that for a while. Indeed, legacy automakers is here, like Stellantis, Ford, General Motors, also gave up some of the gains seen during Wednesday Monster Rally. Given their plans abroad, automakers are expected to be particularly hard hit by Trump's tariffs. So STLA is down, Ford and General Motors. I'm going to call GM because STLA is a little bit too low on the price for me already. Banks which are rattled and retreating after Wednesday rally, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, Bank of America. I'm going to call GPM only. But you know, if I'm calling a bank, this is valid for the whole sector. And here are coming the airlines as well. Despite being some of the biggest winners in Wednesday's sessions, airlines are also trading lower before the bell on Thursday. DAI, UAL, and LUV are down as well. Let's see UAL to our short side Palantir, 3% lower after the rally. Unfortunately, seems like this is not an exception from the impact of the overall market sentiment. And PLTR, if I'm just checking it now quickly, it's down, definitely down, as you can see. Seems like as a even, in my opinion, a rollover already in the pre-market and down 3.81%. Doesn't look good. But again, I just repeat myself, traders, this can just change in a second. As you could see, it did yesterday as well. But Palantir seems like really weak today. I just mentioned Trump Media and Technology, DJT, which looks stronger, 0.7 up on the bell. Or before the bell on Wednesday, it saw a rally of 21, and seems like that this is going to be maybe going higher. I give a trial of that, but I'm going to be careful with this one. Danaher is the last one, DHR, which is a life science firm, 0.8% higher on an upgrade by Barclays. That's nice, DHR. Let's see whether it can stretch this move higher. At the moment, it is moving higher very nicely. Huge move yesterday, of course, on this as well. Also, I have a little problem here with this, and this is the pre-market volume. Just because of that, I cannot call this stock to my first candidates list, just to the secondary list. I'm going to put DHR. If it speeds up or picks up in the volume, we can just watch it. And at least but not last, I'm just going to watch my gainers and the losers list. Good morning and nice to see you. Hope you are ready for another crazy day on the market, and everyone else indeed. I'm just checking quickly my big movers here. I mentioned you Baba and Baidu are up. Everything else is down as I see. So maybe I'm going to watch even Baba here. JD and Love. Yes, you are right, because Love had a earnings today, right? Thank you, Anticipator. LOVE, Love, which is up 11%, 60,000. You are very much right. This is not a big mover, indeed, based on the daily, but nowadays everything is moving nicely. So let's just give the chance for that. Thank you. And JD.com, which is a Chinese stock as well. This is higher with 2%, just like the rest of the Chinese stocks. I'm going to watch them. So for example, Baba is up 2.15, and I really love the daily chart of the Baba, I must tell you. So I'm just going to call it to my long list as well. So Baba, and maybe even we can just watch Baidu. Indeed. All right, what else to the short side? I'm just checking the really big losers here. Just a second, if I can make this bigger, because I cannot see it very well. Okay, now I see. All right, so the biggest losers among the big stocks, it's definitely the Max 7 as I see. The less which is into the red, as I see, it is PepsiCo, J&J again. I'm just going to put them to my secondary list, because in my opinion, that means that might is going to get better if the stocks or the overall market is just going to make a U-turn, which is possible. Also, the fear is back, as we see. What else is not that red? Kellogg's is here, Bitcoin down 1% now, but the rest, like IBM, Visa, Google, Microsoft, Netflix, everything is down more than 1%. Meta already almost 2%, and the worst performers, Apple, Tesla, AMD, NVIDIA, Amazon, Disney, Oracle, traders, these are the worst at the moment. SPY is down 2.60% now, triple Q 2.20. So even despite of the good CPI numbers, traders, after the big rally, fear is back to the markets. That means that this is going to be a crazy volatile day again. So please just be careful with the share size as usual. And of course, I'm going to be here for you in the first 1.5 hours, and I'm going to get to the cautious side again. VIP routine traders, Scott, DVG, Clifton, have a beautiful green day, everyone. I'm going to see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. again for the preparation session, and I'm just going to continue with the YouTube traders trading. You can, of course, just get into the YouTube as well and trade with me there. But I'm sure you are going to be in great hands of Scots and DVG. So good luck, YouTube, or good luck, VIP room traders and YouTube traders. I'm going to stay as usual.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Thursday here, fourth day of the week. I was out yesterday. I'm back today. Looking forward to getting back on track with trading today. And as Aggie says, we've got a volatile day in the market, and that volatility breeds opportunity. The opportunity breeds hopefully some great trading and opportunity to make some real good money today as we start in on this day. Well, again, like Aggie said, we've got a lot of news today, both coming out and here in front of us. We'll start off with the futures. We'll start out in the Asian markets where we saw the Nikkei move 2,894 points, up 9% in a day. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 417, up 2%, and the Shanghai and China up almost 37, 36.83, up 1.16%. Europe still in session right now. German DAX up 1,000, 1,037.96, up 5.28%. FTSE UK up 317 points, up 4%. And the CAC 40 in Paris up almost 5%, 341.29 to the upside. And that is running off of what we did yesterday here in the U.S. markets, a historical day yesterday as the turnaround continued from what Trump had said in pausing some of the tariffs. Inflation rate right now easing to 2.4% in March, much lower than expected. That's a good positive thing. I'm not too sure that this market is not going to reverse again today and show some upside. So be prepared. I think the dip this morning is buyable. We'll wait and see how that goes. Tesla in the news, launching in Saudi Arabia. And then bond market added more urgency to Trump's tariffs decision. That bond market very fluctuating a bunch here, and that's not what the bond market's all about. So that's interesting. And that's about it. Roller coaster week here for the bonds, roller coaster week for stocks. Let's see what happens. Dow futures this morning down 607, S&P down 108 and a quarter, Nasdaq futures down 466 and a half. If you're in the oil patch this morning, oil's down $2.28, down to $60.07 per barrel. That's pretty darn low. And then if you're in the gold patch, you're up $63.50. Big, huge run on gold this morning, and that's up to 3,142.90 per troy ounce. Silver is up 50 cents over 1%. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up as well. Also, today, as we start the day here, UVG's got the risk claimer up here. I want to say good morning to everybody here in the room. Good morning to Mark. Good morning to Brian. Good morning to Miguel. To Lee. Yep. Mark, good morning. Garrett, good morning. Steve, good morning. Clifton, what do you say? Hey, Darren, good morning to you. Great to have you here. Seth, good morning. Allie, good morning. Jeff, good morning. Great to have everywhere. I made myself a great protein shake this morning. One in a row. Hasn't been that great. Yep. Absolutely. Good morning to all here. Let's talk about some stocks this morning in the news. I do like NVIDIA this morning, and I like it to the upside. So I do think, depending on the way that we move right after the open here, I like it this morning long over 110. What we're going to find out this morning to see, we're going to go down at the open, and then do we recover? Do we rally? Does it continue? Or do we get more selling? And you're going to have to watch the volume in this market to understand that in a way that makes sense to you, right? Here's another alert here this morning. Amazon this morning long over 188, two longs here this morning. And then on the downside, KMX, Aggie had talked about this earlier. I don't know if we're going to get a bounce higher, but CarMax this morning to the short side, believe it or not, that was going to be under 72. So I'll post at 72. It would be only viable if if it starts to run a little bit higher and we can short it a little bit higher than where it is right now. And then inevitably, DJT right here at 21. This is Donald J. Trump's stock. So post the alert here. DJT long, taking it long here off of the breakout of 21 here this morning. So we'll continue to watch this stock as it develops. Here DVG is here this morning. Good morning to you, partner. Hopefully you're doing good. Thank you for yesterday. What a day, what a day, what a day. And Rick and Scott V, good morning. How are you? Awesome.
Well, Scott, good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, 44 Trade Nation. What's up? How's everybody doing? For those of you guys that joined us yesterday in the afternoon session, we absolutely crushed it. This time, obviously, has markets, optimistically moving to the upside. I encourage a couple things. One, yes, this is a nice push. We've got 90 days to kind of get real negotiations sorted out. Again, worth noting, the chip sector has not been fully, I'd say, baked in from a tariff perspective. It sounds like pharmaceuticals will be tariffed, so that's new. There is talk of some real concerns around IP, and I'd say IP theft, frankly, from China, and they're kind of retaliating and saying, hey, we'll just take everything. Why not? And not so many words, I'm paraphrasing. So definitely a little bit of concern. So I'm watching Apple today because Apple's still got a tremendous amount of exposure in China. Obviously, they do a ton of manufacturing in China, and it's a big portion of their overall revenue. So on the one hand, we did talk about increasing the tariff in China, but a rising tide lifts all ships. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on Apple this morning, likely to the downside. So if it holds this 190.34 level, great. So we're kind of hanging on to it right now. But as we open, I may be interested in shorting it on any kind of bounce, maybe ideally in the 194 area. If we get up that high and start to fail, I may be interested in shorting that. And then just kind of being cautious today. Realistically, I'm not taking a huge position because I think we may pull back a little bit. But to Scott's point, I do think that some of these dips will be viable for a purchase. So definitely trade safe. We had a huge move yesterday. Only concern is are we going to see some liquidation from a profit-taking perspective, given that we had such a huge run-up? So definitely trade safe. Pass it back to you, Scott.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I mean, we're going to see definitely, just think about it. The average trader, average investor that just got wiped out in the last 3 days had a huge comeback day yesterday. In fact, market crawled back, 70% of the move. So, you've only got about 30% more to go, and there's going to be some selling, and some people are not going to be pleased with, with the way that their money is kind of disappearing. So to that end, they're going to want to come back they're going to want to come back and look to see if they can sell some of this, sell some of their stuff, and possibly get short.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say it's short per se. I think some of it's just if you had a chance yesterday, you had a miracle push like we had yesterday, and let's just say you had Apple and you had a ton of exposure there, well, you had a chance to just pull some chips off the table and reallocate some of those funds. So rather than taking a loss down at $168, you're able to get out at almost $200.
Yeah,
that's 30 points that you could reallocate from a fund and put it somewhere else. So that's kind of what I'm just looking around and figuring out. Okay, who still has that huge exposure to China first and foremost? I'm going to be cautious on the chip sector just because, like I said, as bullish as I want to be in the chip sector, I think that long term sector, I'm going to be cautious.
Okay, we are.
Hey guys.
Hey Amir, good morning.
Amir,
What's
good
up?
morning.
How are you?
Good. Any small caps you're looking at, Amir, this morning?
There are three I can write you. I didn't write nothing because I have to be open-minded. I want to do with the maker, with the market and the major stocks. So we need to see if people, cash a little bit from yesterday or a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
So we have these are three small caps that I have a list. Um, yeah, I'm watching Tesla, of course, Nvidia, the market with the TQQQ. Yeah, same stuff. Same stuff.
SPY trying to hold on to this 533.75 level for those of you guys that are paying attention to the levels and the cues in the SPY. 45231, big level on the cues. If we can hold it this morning, we should be okay. But if we start to break down, be cautious. 45231. The top side would be 45733. Keeping an eye on Apple this morning. I want to see it pop to like at least 192, ideally 194 to see some failure to short it. Watching Nvidia as well, 108, big level. Okay, here comes Apple, perfect. Let's see it push a little harder. Normally I'd say let's just go long, but my bias is to the downside on Apple, and if I'm wrong, that's cool. But if we push above 194.15 is kind of where I want to get in. So I'll keep an eye on that. See if we get a push and.
Are you going to go? You're going long, Apple?
No, I'm going to go short. I want to see it get up to 194 area and then short it. Obviously, I want to see it slow down up in that area. I'm also watching Meta at 577. So anything above that could be viable for a short position. I'm keeping a close eye on it right now. Okay, here's the push into the 200 on Apple, which is totally fine. An argument could be why not go long for a couple points, but I want to see it fail more points than that.
No trades for myself yet?
Me neither. Watching Meta though, Meta could break down to 560 pretty quickly. I still have my swing trades on with BA and Honeywell. I'm doing pretty well.
Love that arm short, Darren. I'll take it with you here. Arm short at 100. If we get the break.
Okay, here comes the 192 print on Apple. I like it. Let's see. Keeping an eye on Meta as well. I want to see some more profit taking in the Mag 7 before. Again, if you're curious, like just take the move, the big power move from bottom to top and mark 50%. And that puts us technically right for like Apple, it puts us right at this 190.34, which is a level. So technically this could be the bounce and we move higher, technically. But I'm looking to see if we retest a little bit more than that to the downside just because it's exposed to China. China. Oh, shoot. There we go.
That ICCT just broke out of $5. That it's a nice.
Yeah, that was the key, but I didn't want to take the first, break. 5 was the high of the pre-market. So exactly this is what they did. You see, 25 cents drop. Maybe the next time 5, we can start put in position 525. Add more.
Small short here on Meta.
I'm going to take the PLTR trade long here off of the 90. Off of 90. PLTR long
Walmart
at
looking
90.
great for the upside move here. Okay. Nice move here on Meta. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, looks good. Let some of that run on Meta. Just took a small partial here. Watching Apple. Getting ready to short Apple.
Getting ready to short ARM as well.
Actually, I think I may use options on Apple. Guys, here's the breakdown on Meta. See if we get it. 567. Pretty cool. We'll take it if we can get there. We'll take a little bit off.
Watch PLTR.
Okay, still not in the Apple position. I want to see what it does at 194, and if it just starts pushing above 194, then I'm out. Or not even out. I'm saying that I won't even mess with it today. Here's the move on Meta. There's the 567 number. That's what I like.
I'm gonna take the small cap KTTA over the high.
Okay, we'll get in small position Apple here. Tiny nibble. We got him 192.26.
I'm going to be with you here, Amir.
And I'm watching Tesla. I want to see if Tesla holding the 259 area.
Okay, 566.
It's going back 260, 250. I want to do it.
Beautiful move. 565 is exactly what I want to see on Meta. Taking a small partial here. We'll let literally the last little bit run here on Meta. Easy money. Easy money today. Up already $2,200. I'll take it.
What's your entry now on KTTA? Amir?
Over the high.
Over the high 205, yeah.
Yeah.
If we start breaking 191.50 on Apple, I will load this thing.
Watch the ARM trade here short. 100 break.
Watching Tesla as well. 262 we know is a big level. We're seeing that liquidate this morning. It tried to hold twice, but let's see what it does. If we get back up in that level, it might be worth
260, 250, yeah. 260, 250, I see it. Yeah.
Apple moving against. Don't like it. It's all right.
PLTR again. Nice. PLTR at 90 break. Watch KTTA again 205. Might even go $2. Amir. $2.
5 cents. Well, no, I don't know. The 205. I don't want to be. I don't know. I want to wait. Also, I'm watching Nvidia. I want to see if we can break the 110. Yeah.
I should have been patient on Apple. 194 is where I wanted to see the rejection, and now we're getting the push. So I might have to close this and then try to get a re-entry here in just a moment. But I'm going to be patient. I'm not going to trade out in this spike. But it is an aggressive move. So 194 needs to fail now. Otherwise, I'm going to take a loss here on
Watch the $2 here.
Entry.
These are two. I don't have a stop yet, but this is two tricks I'm watching. Nvidia 110 and Tesla 260, 250. I'm watching them. I don't have a stop yet.
I'm watching PLTR again.
They're gaining some strength.
On and TQQQ 49, 34.
Watching Tesla potentially for a long here. Let's see what happens.
49, TQQQ.
Wouldn't mind shorting it as well, but that's a nice rejection on the Tesla, just above 260.
Also, if the market break it up, I want to take the TQQQ over the high around 50 cent stop, 49.60, 35.
Okay, here's the entry on KTTA. Again, right at 2, the break of 2 to the upside, going into KTTA. Come on. There we go.
Not going to give Apple too much more, but I do like the fact that Qs are aiming lower. SPY is also aiming lower.
Long and strong KTTA.
We didn't break the 5 minutes DVG in the market, huh? Yeah.
Here comes the downward move on the Qs. Here we go. We should get the break. Here comes Meta. Guys, I'm thinking about shorting Tesla here. I'll wait though, only because I want to see my Apple position work out first. Like I said, if we get under 191.50, I'm going to slam this thing big time. Q's now at that level, 45231. Do we bounce here? If we do, my Apple position is in trouble. Obviously, it looks a little stronger today than I was expecting. Frankly, I think we got that afternoon push right the last 15 minutes or so, strong push to the upside. But I don't know, with their given exposure in China, I thought that they would actually get a bigger cut this morning. Kind of like 185-ish, like we saw yesterday.
Yep. Okay, watch PLTR, KTTA. KTTA target will be that 220 area. No trade on ARM.
No.
Let's see, Lance. AMD. Yeah, I mean, shoot.
He's still aiming lower, but Apple's moving higher. So.
Where these markets are really volatile, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
57531 is where I started with Meta.
I'm watching and I don't know which way I have to go.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for the levels.
Yeah, Tesla looks interesting right now.
I think what Amir is saying is perfect, guys. You just got to be cautious right now.
We have the high, we have the low. We need to see if we're breaking the high or breaking the low.
Okay, I'm going to take a little more off of Meta here in a moment. I don't like that it didn't break 565 yet, so I'll be a little bit patient, but I'm going to trim down here because I don't mind taking that profit. Okay.
Even in 1 minute bars. Nvidia, same range. Tesla, same range. QQQ start, I think now it's breaking the 5 minutes. So,
See what we do here on Meta.
Scott, if we are breaking the 220, hopefully, we're getting it's the high of the pre-market. We have a close gap somewhere around 270 something.
Wow,
so so I'm not gonna jump immediately take a partial 220. I want to see the volume and everything. Just
here comes Apple.
The trading plan is
surprisingly strong this morning, Apple. Really thought it would really break down. We've got the Qs aiming lower, just broke pre-market lows, and Apple's somehow trying to hold on to the 200 EMA, so I don't like that. Guys, we're just going to take a little bit more off of Meta here in the 564 print, and I'll let the rest run. This will be a small share size that continues that move. Let's see if we can get a little more, though.
What about the TQQQ long?
Okay,
here?
Scott, we're getting 220. Let's see. Oh, yeah.
Whoa,
this is what I wanted.
Go.
This is what I told you. Exactly, this bar. Let's see, 270 something.
Beautiful.
Exactly
Beautiful.
what we are looking for.
Thinking about it partial here, traders.
Yeah, okay. I want to see if we can get to 270 something.
Looks interesting.
I can throw an order like 260 something, see if we can grab it.
NVIDIA holding on to 108.
But it's looking good. It was a 20-cent stop, so.
If I don't get a breakdown on Apple, I'm going to dump it. It looks a little too strong today for my liking.
It started to do a lower high, in Apple in 2 minutes. So, yeah, probably your stop is the high of the day, correct? In Apple.
Yeah. I like Tesla short actually right now. Down to 254.
It's still in the range. I don't know yet. I don't know.
Same. But 254 is where I'd expect to see it bounce and then push to 262. So I may wait to go long Tesla. We'll see. But just keeping an eye on the Qs right now. Really respecting the 45231 level on the Qs, which is not great for my short right now in Apple because Apple's showing some impressive strength. Meta dumped it, and we took advantage of that for 10 points or so. I just need Apple to drop like $1 so I can actually get out of the way at this point. It doesn't look good for me. Looks like we're going to push. 194.15 was where I really wanted to start my position on Apple, and looks like maybe I just should have been a little more patient this morning. Here comes Tesla, guys. I missed that short. Oh, well. I think Tesla's going to break to 254 pretty quick, maybe a little undercut to 251, and then we'll get a bounce. So I may be watching that for potential long. Qs are getting stronger now. Big push now. So be careful if you are short like I am right now.
I'm in this TQQ trade with Amir on TQQQ, taking my partial KTTA, and then let's hope for another push here on KTTA, right over this $2 mark. Definitely love PLTR this morning too. $90 on PLTR.
This is silly with that. Oh, I want to fight this. Oh, it's silly. Okay, about to get taken out on Apple. I'll wait for this candle to kind of do its thing, but I'm afraid I'm going to get spiked here in a second.
It's still on the 9, you know, this candle right now. Exactly on the 9, you know, so
Yeah.
in Apple.
Yeah, I'm just surprised of its strength today, and I'm not going to fight it. Like, if you want to buy Apple to lift markets, I get it. It's tied to Qs and an impressive performance yesterday.
PLTR, give us an opportunity here. And the TQQQ? I mean, I'm going to target close to 50 on TQQQ.
Barely hanging on. I hate to get out, but 194.15 was where I wanted to enter. We literally just tagged it. So
watch the breakout here. Breakout on, what is that? 90.21 would be breakout time for PLTR, and then roaring higher here, hopefully.
You know, I'm watching KMX. I want to take it high, 69.20, 70 cents stop. High was like 2 minutes ago, not high of the day, 69.14, so a few cents above. Scott, did you take the TQQQ?
Yeah, I'm in there with you on TQQQ. It looks great. Target close to 50 for me.
No, I'm not there. I wanted to buy it above 49.35.
Ah, okay.
Where did you buy it?
I'm already in 48.35.
Beautiful place, yeah. Actually, but yeah.
I was going to wait till 48.50, and then I just decided to get in. When I looked at yours, I thought I could have sworn it said 48.35.
Good.
But that's okay.
Yeah, you're in the money, so who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Good screw up on my end, right?
Yeah, why not? Sometimes we can screw up and make money.
Yeah.
Usually we screw up and lose, no? So, yeah. Still don't know.
I'm watching Tesla right now for a short. Again, I think down to 254 would be ideal. Maybe we don't get it. We just had a triple technically test to the bottom. But if we break that, maybe we see 254. I got taken out of Apple, and I may get a re-entry here in this 194 area. So 194.15, I'm going to put a short there. I'm going to go full size. 194.15, I'll put it down there. Apple was my original target. In fact, I may be able to get a better entry, 33, 194.33. See if we get filled. Watching Tesla here at 258.50 for a short. I'll nibble. Tesla 258.50.
Come on. PLTR, you just came over that 90. I'm thinking 91, maybe close to 92. Yesterday's closed the entire gap here if we can get it.
Back in the Apple trade, also in the Tesla trade. Let's see if we get a breakdown now. Target on Tesla will be 254 for first target. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we get a bigger break. Don't hesitate now. Apple, again, I think I'll probably add, if we break now 192, I'll load it up. Let's see if we get an actual breakdown here on Tesla. That was a nice move that then just got bought into, so I don't like that. Come on, man. What is that? That is ugly. Ugly, ugly. Look at the Qs now and the SPY getting some strength.
Yeah.
Really don't like that move. Tesla
We're
might
gonna
run me
join
over here.
Scott's 49.35.
Yeah.
Same trigger. Stop gonna be under the round number.
And then
Plus
watch that
minus.
$50. Watch that $50 move here now.
On the Tesla trade. Let's see if we can get
You
some
remember
money.
our last TQQQ few days ago? Yeah, it was 9-10 points. Yeah, I can compromise 5 points.
Come on, Tesla. 254 target, please. 254 target. Here we go.
Right. Knocking
Gonna add
on
to Apple here in a
90
moment.
here. Knocking on 90 PLTR. Let's go.
Here comes Tesla. Come on, give me a break. Down at the low. Was that 256.60? Let's see if we get it. Waiting for it here now on Tesla. Let's let this next candle open. If we open red, I'll wait for the break at the low session. If we open green, I'm going to take a partial. Okay. Here we go. Trying to be patient here. Let's see if we can get the break. I need a red candle, please. Red candle, please. Don't you do it, Tesla. Don't you do it. I know what you're trying to do. Don't you do it.
I think Tesla don't know
Good.
what he's gonna do.
That's not
You have a
good for
dodgy, you
Trump.
have on the VWAP. Good luck.
Again, target's going to be up to 91 on PLTR. One small trade. KTTA, decent regular size trade. TQQQ, and regular size trade on PLTR here now. Just need 91, close to 92. It'd be nice to fill the gap here. This market has not turned yet. So
Yeah.
we don't have the big turn in the market right now.
Qs, guys. Qs are getting heavy here. Maybe we'll get a snap lower and then maybe a pop to the ups or to the upside. Let's see if we get it. Guys, Tesla, I'm literally hovering on the trigger here. Let's see if we can get that break. 256, one drop down to 255, 254 would be amazing. And then Apple, let's see if we can get that follow through. If not, if we start bouncing, we'll be forced to get out of these positions. We've got some runners left on Meta, but I could be done for the day if I take one on the chin here, which is fine. But looking to see if we get Tesla's break here under 256. Watching the price action pretty heavily here. This could be the bottom on Tesla today too. This is a good battle. A lot of buying, a lot of selling.
Yeah, we're down. I mean, down what? 7, down 4, almost 500 on the NASDAQ right now. Remember the other day we kind of drew that line in the sand, and then that was really violated. And then yesterday, of course, that big, huge move up. So we'll see if we get the follow through right now. Yep.
Here comes the move on Tesla, 256. Come on, baby, push.
Market's sitting flat now, 800 down on the Dow. Yeah, I think so, Rick. I mean, I think if you take the DJT over 21 on the push higher for sure. You know, we're pulling down right now as DVG has been looking at it. TQQQ, watch that under 48 as well. We'll see. It's decision time. See what we do.
There we go. Taking some off of Tesla here, just to kind of mitigate some exposure. It's not my favorite partial, but it's fine. I just need to get some off the table here. And then let's see what we do with Apple. I'm just worried that we're going to bounce right now. And if we do, like I can always add. So if 256 breaks, I'll add a tiny bit to Tesla, but I'm not afraid to take a little bit of money off the table here. Apple, really need to see a break now under 192, like ASAP. One line straight through down to 190 print, and I'd take some off here. Guys, here comes the break on Tesla. Come on. No, don't do that. So close. Right as it gets down to that low session, magically someone comes and hits the bid for.
DVG, you're fragile today. What's going on?
I want to see the directional
I
breakdown.
see, but you're fragile. Relax. I don't used to hear you like this.
There comes the break on Tesla finally. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 254 is first target, guys. Since I trimmed up. Oh, well. Let's see if we can get down to the 190 print now on Apple.
Scott, I joined you in TQQQ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
4820.
On Apple now.
Yeah.
We're right at the 200. Let's see if we can break that. Q's hanging out again. 45231. It's actually they're doing a pretty good job trying to protect that level. So maybe we get a little bit. I'm telling you, quick snap to the downside and then get a ton of buyers. So like right now, I'm watching Meta. I'll probably take some more off here in a moment. 561 is looking good. Let's see if we can get that in the actual print. So I can take some more off. Here comes Apple finally.
And we're wandering a little lower, but nothing, no snap.
Nothing drastic. Really. Yeah, exactly.
No.
Things are hanging out right at the VWAP, a little bit below right now. We'll see.
Guys, keep an eye on the Qs. I'm telling you, that 45231 level on the Qs wakes up in the next candle or two. We're probably going to push higher. So I'm going to take a partial on Tesla here just in a moment. That looks good. That looks good. Do I get my actual target 25421? Maybe. Early partial. Just really want to see this break on Apple. I think it's bad business in China, but you know what? Every time I seem to short Apple, somehow it tells me I'm wrong. So let's be patient here. There's 254 on Tesla. Let's go.
You have a good bar in Tesla. Very good bar.
Okay, a little nibble. Pay myself a little bit in the 254 print. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I still have some of the KTTA trade. Yep. Just
really?
Yep.
I got out 180. I got with half loss. I reduced and I didn't take any partials. So.
Yeah, I took some partial.
I know.
Almost 220, but rest of this could be a possible loser now.
NVIDIA now breaking lower. Somehow Apple is still holding, which I'm not loving this right now. Everything else breaking lower in the Mag 7 except Apple. What in the world is going on with Apple? NVIDIA now lower. Tesla now at 25421. Let's see if we get an undercut so I can take a partial. And might be interested in going long if we start to bounce the market. Apple's seriously, surprisingly strong today. Don't know what's going on with it. There's the pop right at 25421, just as I expected on Tesla. Let's see what happens. Very technical setup in the last 24 hours now on these markets. Very, very technical. Okay.
Come on.
There it is. That's the candle I want to see on the Qs. All right, now we should move lower. Now we should move lower. There we go. There we go. A little more. Okay, I'm going to be all out on Meta here in a moment. There goes 254 on Tesla. Beautiful. Beautiful.
We lost about 100 points here on the, there we go. Lost about 100 points here on the NASDAQ.
Yes, there it is on Apple. Let's go. There's the move on the Qs. Again, be careful. We're running into the bounce zone very soon. I want to see if we get a little more panic in the Apple position so I can take a partial. Tesla, I'm taking a little more here. And I'll take a little bit more off. Meta trade. Guys, now we're free trading. Free trades.
Yep.
Brilliant. It's like that's how I like to start my mornings. Free money and then walk away.
It'll be interesting to see what Apple does off the VWAP, which is right here at 192.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, I think a proper bounce, 185 would be amazing to see that level of a move. It's just I'm surprised how strong it is today, even at the price action level. Like 191 is being defended, 192 is being defended. It's a huge level previously. So seeing the level of price action and support it's having, even while the Qs are aiming lower, I'm concerned, right? So I've got to trim up my positions on Apple because, I mean, we saw what it did literally in the last 15 minutes yesterday. I mean, it just absolutely ripped up to $200. So, okay, I'm going to be all out of Tesla right here.
Good trade.
All out on Meta as well. Guys, Meta was a brilliant trade, almost, 15 points. Not bad. NVIDIA might be interesting to buy here. 107.60, 107.60. I'll nibble. Okay, we're in. Jeez, that was quick. I posted NVIDIA. Small size. We'll add if we start to get a scoop over 108.50. I'm telling you, if Apple gets down to like 187, I'll buy myself something nice. Speaking of, I'll be celebrating 13 years this year in 2 weeks.
13 years in what? In trading?
No, marriage.
Oh. You have a bar mitzvah. Take your wife to the synagogue on the wedding. Then she will question again.
Thanks, Seth. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. Well, it's always, you know how it is. Heck, years ago, we actually decided that for anniversaries, what we would do is buy each other like a trip so that we get 2 vacations out of the deal. So she gets to plan one, I get to plan one. Guys, I'm going to add to NVIDIA here in a moment. 108.20 looks great. Maybe even here 108.10.
You're doing it every year?
Yeah, so we try to do it so that we can travel a lot more together. And so every time we, have our anniversary, instead of buying like a useless gift, like a pair of shoes or something like that, we end up buying a trip so that we can, go check it out. So this year I've got a special trip, and I told her, I was like, you don't get to plan this year. We're doing my trip this year. You could get next year. So instead of doing 2 a year, now we're doing like 1, but it's a bigger one, planned by one person or the other. We're trying something different this year. So
where are you going?
We're going to Italy.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Been so many times. Can be tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna actually make an effort to get down to Sardinia as well, which is like a
Oh,
whole
to
new
the
vibe.
south. To
Yeah.
the south. Yeah. Okay.
Guys, here comes the ad on NVIDIA for me. Let's see if we can buy this dip. I'm gonna dump the rest of this Apple trade here in a minute. I don't like this this aggression.
Where are you gonna land in Napoli?
No, we fly. Well, we're gonna fly into Rome, and then we're gonna tour around a
In
bit,
Rome.
and then
Okay.
pop over there. But yeah, it should
Yeah,
be
yeah,
it should
yeah.
be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Been there.
It's sad. Yeah, too late. Yeah, hopefully she doesn't listen to today's session. I did play back yesterday's session, right when they made the announcement. If you guys remember that huge spike and we were in the trade, and she started laughing. She's like, "Oh my God, you're like so happy." And I'm like, well, yeah, I love it. Like, when stuff like that happens, you get a 90-day pause. The technical setup was there. I didn't think we'd get that news announcement, but when we did, man, we took full advantage of that. So shout out to the community. Shout out to you guys that were here in the afternoon session. We were able to make some serious bucks yesterday. All right, NVIDIA just took my ad and now it's playing games. So I think this might be an area that could be worth nibbling, keeping your stop losses very tight if you're not short right now. So with NVIDIA, like I said, I'll probably hold it to, I don't know, 107.35 maybe. If we break below that, then the good news is Apple will probably pay for this loss here.
I was tempted on this KTTA right here at 160. Kind of
No,
in,
Scott,
but I think it's done. Yeah.
Scott, it's done.
Yeah, it is done.
Huge lower high. Forget about it. It's gone.
Yeah, Seth, if you go long Apple, you'd be going against my trade, which is all good, man. I don't mind. It happens. It does look a lot stronger, though. And I don't like the fact that it's holding so well. So I wouldn't blame you if you took an interest there. I'm telling you, I think we're going to probably see some nibbling and markets might start to bounce, but Qs are trying to put in another low. So do we test this other session low or do we actually start to turn around here? It's a question mark, but like Tesla 25421 is the level I'm watching to see if we actually show some strength there. If not, 25158. I'm out of the trade already, but it's kind of the level I'm watching. And then with yeah, I think we're gonna bounce here. I'm gonna dump the rest of Apple. Seth, good luck, man. If you take that, I like my NVIDIA trade. So my NVIDIA trade is like my hedge against this Apple short, and the Apple short was looking incredibly strong. So let's see if we get this push down NVIDIA. I'm gonna add full size here in just a moment. I like this move. I think it's gonna be a legitimate move. I'll wait. Tesla looks great here for a long as well. I'll wait.
I love Apple here too long.
Yeah, I know it totally looks way better than for a long, and I'm in a short position, but I may just dump this and join you guys to go the other way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the VWAP is supporting it here. It gives it a little bit of an edge to the upside, but again, market's not showing me. I would say it's a tougher day of trading to start things off right now, just because we started down and we're just kind of down. We're not really, running to new lows. We're not, if you want to call this maybe a bounce here, we're just coming past the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time.
Well, it's a very technical sell-off, profit-taking type day, which is fine, but we're protecting levels so far. So like we know 108 is a big level for NVIDIA. We're dancing just below it. That's fine. That means that, we're finding some liquidity beneath the 108 print. 25421 on Tesla is a big level. A lot of, if you look at your volume profiles, like there's a lot of money sitting there. Obviously 262 would be the target. In fact, I'm looking at Tesla right now. I may go long. Let's wait for that breakdown. Cool. 25421. And let's see if I can get this sorted right here. Okay, I'm going to put it up there. 25421. is going to be my entry on Tesla. So Tesla long 25421. So right now that it's below it, I like that I can put my entry there and let it come to me. I don't like this move on NVIDIA. So no trade right now on Tesla, but if we can get up there, I'll take it.
I think to TQQQ, an add over 48 here. I'm still holding on to the trade. Still just 39, 40 minutes into the day.
Okay, I might have to dump NVIDIA here in a moment. And Tesla, I'll dump here as well if we start smacking that session low. Apple, finally. Now let's go visit the 190s. Thank you.
Where was your entry in Apple?
194 and change.
94 and change.
Yeah. I started early. My first entry was like 192-ish. And then originally I mentioned I was like 194.15 is where I want to get in. And we got up in that level and I was like, great, now I have a second chance. So I ate a little bit of a loss to start. All right, guys, I'm going to dump Tesla here. And then I'm going to take a little more off of the Apple trade in just a second. That looks fine. There we go. So now we are for sure free trading. 100% free trades. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Small little loser in the Tesla move to the downside, which is fine. I don't mind. Don't tell me I just got zapped on Tesla and we're going to rip now. All right, I'm going to probably just, let me take a little more off the Apple trade here. Okay. I still like this Tesla trade though. Look at it now. You see that? Came in and tagged my stop, came right back up through 25421, and now we're moving. What a jerk.
Approaching the low. Apple just broke the VWAP.
Yeah, no. So, Jeff, I still have the NVIDIA trade now, but the Tesla trade zapped me. I was considering dumping it actually on that low candle, so I got this lucky green bar just now. But I'm genuinely concerned that we actually will bounce here. So, still considering Tesla. It still looks like a good potential move. Target would be like 262 because that's a big number for Tesla if we start getting bullish on these markets. So NVIDIA, let's see if we can get a push over, again, 108.50 is the big number. So we get there, we start to scoot maybe 110, maybe. So yeah, this looks like bulls are setting up on ancillary names, even like Microsoft, even Meta down at 556 right now. Left a little bit of money on the table. That's okay though. I'm gonna go for Tesla again. Market order. I think we get it. Oh, that's a terrible fill. 25525. I literally hit the top. That sucks. Oh well. We're back in Tesla.
You're shorting Tesla?
No, long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just hit a market order and managed to get maximum ask pretty much. I got 25525, so a little bit later on the entry, but that's fine. Here comes NVIDIA, guys. Let's get this push over 108.50. We should see a nice push up. And let's bank some dough here. Tesla, baby. Let's go. First target will be 258, followed by 262, and then breakout if we can get there. I think bulls are showing up now. Okay, I'm going to be all out Apple here in a minute. I think we're going to turn here. All out Apple. Done. Tesla, here we go. Nvidia, here we go. Back to the famous dynamic duo, Tesla and Nvidia. Can always count on them for some liquidity for sure.
Yep. Comes Nvidia. Yep. Still in the PLTR trade. That's about it for right now. And TQQQ.
Tesla. Wait for it.
PLTR next stop 89, and then hopefully we take out 90 again. We'll see.
Here comes
Market's
news.
small turn right now. We'll see.
Dude, what in the world is going on with this thing? It's a nuisance. All right, here comes Tesla. Bada bing, bada boom. Yes, Nvidia. Yes, that's the buy orders I want to see. Come on, 258 Tesla. Come on, don't be shy now. Don't be shy now.
Let's put Tesla back up here where Amazon is.
Oh no. Oh no. All right, let's look at some news, guys. Let's see what we got coming up. 10:18 right now.
The news is put your hand under your feet. That's the news. Believe me. Start planning your trip to Italy. Make a reservation. It will be better.
You might be right, my friend. You might be right.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit anxious. So, and you are dealing with the wrong guys. You know, Tesla is a big bully. Yeah. Why?
You know, Amir, you might be right. I might just take my money and call it for now, but I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
trim up
I
Tesla.
knew that today, after yesterday, I will have to slow down, which I did only 2 trades. I mean, the TQQQ still, and I had a small cap. That's it, you know. I'm done. I just don't see. I'm watching. I just don't have those things that I like, the variables that I like. So
Yeah, I had my 4th biggest day of the year yesterday. in that afternoon session. Made a couple runners left over. My swing trades absolutely crushed. Honeywell was one of them. Boeing was another one. But we managed to get in the NVIDIA trade and nearly took it. I mean, we didn't get the whole move up to 112, but 109, 110, we were taking money off the table up there. So entry was 101. It was an incredible day yesterday. This Tesla trade might kill me here, which is unfortunate. I'll hang on just a bit longer. Waiting for the bulls to wake up here on NVIDIA 108.50. There it is. Here comes Tesla finally. And to your point, it is a bully. 158 target Tesla. And then if we get a breakout over 162, I'll hang on and let it ride. Here comes NVIDIA. Bingo. Just like that, folks. Just like that. Let's see how hard the bulls want to arm wrestle today. Watching Meta now at 559.50 would be interesting. Tight stop loss at the low session. I'll wait. I'm watching that. NVIDIA running right into the VWAP. Let's see if we get a pop. Yeah, buddy. 109.60 likely would be where I take a partial anywhere in that area. We're still at NVIDIA. Who's still in there? Jeff, you in there? Let's go. 109, baby. There it is. There's the 109 print on NVIDIA. I'll take a partial here in just a moment. Let's get
nice move. Really nice move. Here.
Tesla now also moving. Let's see if we get a pop. 258 target. Here's 256 coming up. Let's go. Let's go.
What a great trader. We love this guy. He's fantastic. We call him Fantastico.
Bottom, actually, bottom, NVIDIA.
That was for you, Amir. All right, guys. NVIDIA, let's let this candle complete, and then I'm going to take a partial. If we get a big flyer, awesome, but I don't mind banking some of this, guys.
Should see 110, DVG.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, 109.5 is where I wanted to see like a, an actual push. Guys, here we're getting it on Tesla. Let's go 256 and change. Let's see if we get a little more. A little more. I want to see at least the VWAP would be awesome. 258. But we are crushing it, guys. Let's go. What do you guys think? Tesla early partial 257 print or wait for the 258? Jeff, I'm asking you, 258 wait or 257 take? What do you think, man? Pressure's on you. Meta looked great. Didn't get in there though. Missed it. Shucks. But there's the move on NVIDIA. That's close enough to me, guys, to the 109.50 target. So we're at 109.30s. Sure. I'll take some off. NVIDIA, beautiful partial, beautiful trade. Easy.
Yeah, really nice. Really nice off the bottom there. Nice move.
Watch
and again,
231 Qs.
Here comes the PLTR trade again. Broaching 89. Now up to 90. Hopefully we get this turn now and gap fill in the market. I think I've been patient enough. Let's see. Down 800, down 500 on the NAS. So we see if we turn this thing a little bit.
There's a 109.50 on NVIDIA. Thank you. Let's see if we can hold a little more there. Tesla running into the 55, which I don't love. I need to see it get above there soon. Tag that VWAP ASAP. So that's 258 level. So I'm going to listen to my buddy Jeff. And I'm going to take some off of Tesla in just a moment. Let's see where this candle opens The next candles, I'm looking at the Qs approaching 45231. Again, big level. 45231. We're approaching it right now. We see some follow through into that level. We should see that in names like Tesla, Nvidia, etc.
TQQQ coming up on the VWAP again. Watching the overall market right now,
Apple looks good for a long now.
and see if we can't get this to go.
192.50 or 60 area. Ooh, do I take Apple? Uh-oh. What is that? Guys, there's a big block moving around. I think it's a buy order, though. That's a good thing if you're long off the bottom here.
On which stop? On where?
On the Qs.
Oh, yeah.
There's a big order block moving around. Okay, I like it. Take a little more off of Nvidia here. Maybe we get the follow through here, which would be great, but
There's your, here comes 110. You got about, what, 40 cents to go.
Scott,
Qs?
Apple looks great, man.
Yeah, I know. 193.
Mm-hmm. Anybody take Meta off the bottom there? 559 and change? Anybody? Yeah, Jeff. That's, I always say rule number one, pay yourself first too, yeah. So I appreciate it. You know, we took some off of Tesla, we took some off of Nvidia. So free trading, but at the same time, like, you know, always want a little more on especially a name like Tesla. Schmidt. Talking about liquidity keeps flowing into markets. It looks like markets adjusting given the volatility of recent weeks. Okay. KC Fed president. That's not a bad, I suppose, not a bad thing. Just expecting liquidity. It's fine. Credit markets are going to be a disaster, by the way. We'll hear more about that, I'm sure, in next week or so.
Qs just can't seem to get beyond the VWAP to break out here. NVDA, however, has.
Yeah, Nvidia looks great too.
Yeah.
Even if you haven't got into the trade, we got in a little early, but it still looks good. Come on, Tesla, what are you doing? What's AMD doing? MU. That's
Same.
Yeah.
They have a big Roman today with the VWAP, you know. They flirt, they go other places, come back.
What an awesome community we got. Awesome. Post trades, talk shop, love it. Except being patient, very nice. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Wait for that final move to be made. I actually might go long Apple here, 192.50.
I'll join you on Apple here. Looking at the same thing.
All right, a little late. 192.57. That's fine by me. Can't believe I'm going long the stock I wanted to short this morning. Okay.
You have a nice triangle in Apple, you know. From here, it can do amazing up or down.
How I started off the morning, I wanted down. So now we want it up. I do think things are going to take off, though.
But you're in the same place. You're still on the VWAP.
Yeah.
Now the 9 and the VWAP are lining up very nice.
NVIDIA breaking out. Give me a second.
110
Scott, look
target,
at
NVIDIA.
AMD 91. What do you think, DVG? Look at
Schmidt's saying
looks great.
data's not.
it's the same. It's the same. Like if Nvidia is breaking 110, which was the trigger I wanted earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is that? I may use some options as well on. Gonna be super out of the money though. On Apple, $200 call options, guys. Look at there's Nvidia. Go baby, go! Bingo. They're at 132, 136 bucks. I'm in Apple. Call
I am
options.
also in Apple. Let's go.
Yeah, I've got call options and shares on Apple. I think
Okay.
it's a big banger now.
Okay. Let's prepare the basket. 73.
There it is. Apple,
Okay.
Nvidia, Tesla, Meta. Everybody's running forward. Let's see if we can get a real push on Nvidia now. I'll take a tiny bit off Nvidia because it's a 110 print. Why not?
Yep.
Yay.
Good call. Come on, Apple.
I'm preparing me basket orders. Means AMD 91, MU 73. Still don't have a stop, but roughly around $1 plus minus. I will let you know. But I'm
Guys,
already preparing.
if we sit above this 45231, like that's our next step to the bull side move. Right now we keep running right into it and rejecting it, running right into it, rejecting it. So, and we know there's sellers stacked up there. If bulls have a fighting chance right now, we need to get a very strong, strike candle.
Yep.
To at least a 200 EMA. So the watch like a 453, 454.
There goes Amazon.
push.
There goes NVIDIA. Watch Tesla now at the VWAP. See if that takes it out.
Apple, I'd like to see 198 at this point. Let's go, Apple. Let's go. Can't believe I'm rooting this stock on when I thought it was going to go straight in the toilet.
That's what makes you a trader.
That's amen to that, brother. Trade what you see, not what you feel.
Okay, the stop will be $1 for AMD and MU. Roughly $1. Yeah.
I'm going to wait for Tesla to get up to 262 today. It's going to happen at some point, I think. I just got off the phone with Elon. He said 262.
There you go.
Elon, what a great guy, Elon.
All right, y'all. So on that note, I've got some free trades going. Apple's kind of the new one. I'm not going to give it a ton of room, but I'm going to go make some tea. Amir, I'm sure you're thrilled to hear that.
I'm not. Not specifically. If you say your whiskey, I will be thrilled. But tea, it's boring.
Well, you know
Tea,
what?
it's boring.
Hey, you and I will definitely at some point, man, when we get together.
Okay.
First round's on me, man. First round's on me.
Scott will bring us some good from Cuba. He will bring us some very.
Do you like cigars? Do you smoke?
Nah, I can smoke cigarettes, but not cigar.
Oh, okay.
No,
I'm big on the cigars, so anytime.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Love cigars. Anyways, I'm gonna go make some tea. I'll be back in a sec. Be back in just a minute. I'm not done for the day. Let's go make this money. We'll see you guys.
Yeah, and PLTR has snuck up here towards that 90. Again, see if this market continues to recover here. Love Tesla over the VWAP. Nice trade on Apple right now. Again, these stocks are still down. Tesla's down 15 points for the day. Apple's still down almost 6. PLTR 2.5, and yet we're long a lot of these stocks. So again, market's not out of the woods, but it's starting to recover now. Let's see what we get.
I'm starting to buy MU right here, 72.50. Above 50, I'm going to buy half position, like 50-cent stop, plus minus a little bit more. And going to add above the original 73. I like the formation. I don't want to wait for the high. AMD, I'm waiting for 91. The difference between AMD and MU trigger is MU will be the high of the day, get it into the gap, and MU still we're gonna have like almost 2 points to the high of the day, which is better. I don't know if the market will go over the 455.10. The show will start. This is why you need sometimes. Even if you have, I don't know how many screens, you need to see all of them. You know, what's the market, if you watch the stocks, so you can see the correlation. That's crucial.
All right, what did I miss? What I did miss is Anita absolutely crushing it today. Congratulations, Anita. Jeff as well.
Did you want to do tea or you just bought yourself an iced tea?
No. I just put the kettle on. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful run, Anita, for sure today.
Amazing.
And here we go. Market's starting to get a little bit better here now.
Now, Anita, forgive me. Are you new to the room? Or have you been here for a while? Forgive me. I try to remember everybody, but my brain only works half the time. Did Anita leave already? Yep, done maybe. That's okay. Either way, congrats. And Jeff, you are just absolutely crushing it, on fire these days, man.
There goes PLTR. Target 91, PLTR.
I did mention we have that, I get it, it says tip us button. It's kind of like buy us coffee, but part of that, if you guys get, a nice day like today, if you're open to it, it's almost like tipping the dealer, so to speak, but we're trying to use that money to give back to the community, whether it's giveaways, things like that. So if you're open to that, let us know. If you guys hate that little feature, let us know as well. But that'd be kind of neat just to give back, give special thanks for those of you guys who, yeah, Jeff, you knew it, man. Look at that. Click here, click here. Well, I think the big boom's coming. I'm watching coin now. Coin at 172. Could be interesting. Let's see what it does here. Might be late to the party, but if I mark the order above that on the breakout, I'm more than happy to do that. So watching 172.20 area. We're about there now. Let me see if I can get something ready. Wait for the small pullback here. It's what I want to see. Perfect. And market entry. Let's go. We're in coin. Let's go. 17216 was our market order. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Here comes coin. Bingo. Is Tesla finally going to do it? 258. Is Tesla finally going to do it? 258. Question. Coin's doing it though. Breakout, baby. Well, I don't know. I think go back and show you. Guys, coin. Bingo. Up a point. Let's go. Why can't Tesla do that? What the heck's going on with Tesla? Look at coin though. Hello. I'm going to add a little bit to coin, guys. We got a nice move coming. Thank you. There we go. Target will be like 176 maybe. If we can get there. And Apple is just falling asleep on us, I guess. Don't do it, coin. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
It's like slow motion today, the bars.
Mm-hmm. And they're big. They're big
Yeah, but
gaps.
but there is a small cap I'm watching. I saw it on the pre-market, PRFX. So 331 high. I'm gonna give it a stop under the round number. And pre-market high was 360. If we break in that, it's gonna be pretty good. So PRFX.
Uh-oh. Ugly move on the Qs. Still hang on to coin.
You like Susan Vega?
No. I love that you know that, though. Of course.
Okay, PRFX. Give me a break. No games all the time.
I'm gonna probably. I'll dump Apple if I get under 192. It wasn't, it was an optimistic move. Now I'm like relying on coin to actually start to scoot, and I don't like that the Qs just gave up that 45231 level, but need coin to move. Tesla we trimmed up a bit, but I don't know. I'm not even liking this move that much. Boom, coin. Let's go. Coin, baby. Let's go. 175. 175 would be amazing. I get even more than that. Even better. It's coming. Print that. Apple. That sucks. All right. I'll probably dump that in a second. Let's see how this candle finishes. Get back a point on Apple, unfortunately. Need the bulls to show up ASAP. They're not. They went home.
Maybe they send their babies.
I do have a bond auction again today, 11:30. So 45 minutes or so. Wow. That's not good. Out of the Apple position, out of the runners on Tesla as well. Coin getting close to kicking me out as well, which, you know, give back a few bucks, that's fine. Apple in trouble. She's getting heavy.
לא היית אמורה ללכת כבר בחמש ומשהו?
לא, אין בעיה עם
מכנסיים יפות. ואם אני ארצה את המפתח... לא,
I can hear you, Amir.
ביי, תהדי מושי. תסגרי את הדלת. נשיקה. ביי. לא, תסגרי את הדלת, ביי.
Yeah, Apple out and Tesla's out. Maybe we get the bounce here finally, but I got coin left, and then I'll probably just wrap it for the day. Apple trade kind of stings. false breakout on coin. That also stings. All right, guys. So I'm going to probably call it a day. A little bit early today, but happy with the result. Gave back a little bit of money here on these runner positions, which is fine. Apple didn't turn out, which is okay. But overall, not too shabby. Not too bad a day. But Scott, Amir, appreciate you guys. I'm going to go enjoy my tea and maybe be back this afternoon. Just depends on what markets do. But more than likely, I'll see everybody tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.
By DVG, I'm gonna be out also. I don't have nothing to do. Only trade I am is PRFX, and that's it. So I'm going to go out also. Thank you.
Okay. Seth, how are you doing today? How's your day been? Yeah, I mean, I think, again, with a little help from the market, I'm not asking for much, but with a little help from the market, I think we see PLTR 90, 91 or so. Yeah, I mean, I would say a small pullback here, and then let's just see what we do here. Dow's down 1,000 points now. Nasdaq down 6. So, what, inching to the low side, I guess you could say. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it, getting. I'm just saying we're stumbling here is probably the best way to put it. I'll be with you for about 15 more minutes here. We'll see what happens, see if we get this turn or not. Amazon tanking down. Same thing with Tesla now. Definitely like the way PLTR is hanging in there, though. Yeah, we're just scraping along, kind of. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe once we get through to that, say 90, 50 level or so, I'll let some go on the PLTR trade if we can get back up there. All right, I'm going to take off now here too. I will see everybody maybe a bit later today. I've got to run out, grab something, and then should be back. I'll just keep monitoring this PLTR. It's the only thing I'm in right now that's left. And hopefully we see the market turn and burn to the upside at some point today. That would be thrilling to have 2 days in a row. So hang in there. I should be back here. I know DVG will be here in a little bit anyway. And then we'll talk to you then. If not, then tomorrow morning for a Friday session here. Excited to be trading today's small green day, but I think there's more left in the tank today. So hold on, be cool. I'll talk to you guys in a little while. And ladies, thank you, Clifton. Appreciate it. And we'll talk to you then. Bye bye.
Game over. What is going on with these markets? They're just falling off a cliff. We got Fed heads talking. No one cares. Sounds like they're pretty bullish. No one cares. No doubt I missed some. Yeah, these shorts. Oh my gosh. It was short Tesla earlier in the day and Apple earlier in the day, you know, at 194. Look at this. We got the level I was hoping for. Unbelievable. I might actually buy this dip, guys. I'm looking at call options right now for the Qs specifically. I want to see what tomorrow looks like. What 435? Hold on. Cheese are so expensive though. I don't know. Maybe Tesla over 242.13. 242.13. That'll be my first trade this afternoon. Tesla. If it doesn't get filled, that's okay. Just wondering if there's any kind of snap. If not, I mean, you know, I might have missed my chance to short. Like, look at coin. I'm glad I got out of that position. Jeez. Down to 159? What did I get? Wasn't I in that? Like 172? Yeah, 172? Oh, man, that would have been amazing short. Oh, jeez. No trade Tesla so far. Nasty. Mr. Short Dow's down 2,000 points. Ugly. Yeah. Unbelievable. Should have just shorted the market on the left. Wow. Look at it. Like Microsoft selling off. Nvidia selling off. MU. Jeez. What? What happened? No, it was what I was worried about actually earlier this morning. I'm going to move my entry 241.50 on Tesla. No, but what I was worried about is this huge pump. It was an opportunity for people to get out of the way again. So if you missed the first, you know, fake news pump and you bought into it, this was your chance to get out of it. And it's no surprise to see this selling. Now, here's the trouble I'm having is how much of this is actually margin calls that they're paying forward through the week, because you had, you know, 3 days to pay for it. So how much is this forced selling before we start to rip again? Whether that was short sellers or, more importantly, people that were on margins. Guys, we're gonna get into this trade here with Tesla, I think. But anyways, interesting to see it play out this way because it makes sense, you know, especially if you had a margin call and you had to pay it, or you were stuck, you got assigned if you had call options or something like that. Like, that could have been part of this. So I don't know the actual mechanics. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of report afterwards that I can find somewhere. But I wouldn't be surprised, though. Guys, we're in the Tesla trade now at 141.50. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a really weird, just overall weird situation to see this level of selling. I would have been surprised to see like the profit take that we saw this morning, but after we broke the lows of session, I mean, this thing is just literally a 45-degree angle straight down, which is all, that's institution money. That's like CTAs, institutions just dumping. So I wonder what that's all about, because I looked at the news. The news wasn't that bad. And in fact, the Fed heads are saying it's kind of good stuff, like in a way emulating what Trump tweeted, which was it's probably a good time to buy. So I don't really get it from that perspective, other than maybe some of the market mechanics, profit taking, and or what I was worried about this morning, where people are like, "Hey, give me my money, let me get out of here," because people are scared, they're nervous. Talk about, everyone says uncertainty, but I mean, you want uncertainty? Spike the market 12% in an afternoon, and then dump it 7% the next morning. Like, that's exactly what we just did. So if you guys want volatile markets, you found the place. So definitely be careful. I'm watching coin here, 161.20. There we go. 161.20 coin long. Let's see if we can make a couple points here on the way up. Pretty gross bounce or dump here, but maybe we can make I don't know, 3-4 points on Tesla. Apple, I mean, it looks good off the bounce here at 184.25, but I don't like it. Meta, as much as I'd like to, I think I need to see it test 237 to 235 again first before I mess with it. Nvidia 105 is a big level. We know 105, 108, actually 107.50 for a long time was before 108 was a level, then 110 after that. So the nice thing is if you get above 108.50-ish, you should see 110 again. But I mean, you tell me. Do you feel great about going long the markets here? But that said, I am getting some call options on this market. So I'm looking at the 440s for tomorrow. They're $8. They're a little expensive to my liking, but I'm gonna grab like maybe 3 or 4 of those just to see what happens. And then with Tesla, if we get over 244 here, I'll add. It'd be really, really cool if we got like a nice rally on Tesla and I literally bought the bottom. Wouldn't that be cool? You guys can hear me, right? Just making sure my mic's working. I don't know. I kind of want to add to coin here. We're up like a point or so, but I'll wait. There's Tesla. I'm going to add right here. There we go. Golly, why do I get these terrible entries when I do a market order? It's awful. Oh, well. Same concept, though. We want it to go up a little bit here off the bottom. I'd like to see it push over 246 in the 248 area before I take a partial. And then with coin, let's do it. 162, we'll add. There we go. Okay, there we go. Here, probably looking for that 167. So I want 5 points. I'll risk the low of session for VWAP basically, and that's for everything. For now, like even the Qs. Hopefully we get a decent pop here because Qs are really, really beaten down, and these silly options are pretty expensive. So Tesla, come on, Tesla. To Amir's point earlier, kind of a bully. Yeah, Scott to close or move his mic, taking a static noise. Okay, let me see if I might be able to do that. I don't know. Let me see. Is that better? All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna hold these long positions for a little bit. I got my hard stops in place. I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna take a couple calls here, but let's see if we get a couple flyers here. If not, I mean, stops kind of in place. I am watching Apple. It's crazy. I literally had that level marked off. 184.25 was my target when I shorted this morning, and then it was just waffling around all day. And it's crazy that it hit, and then it's bouncing off of that level. I mean, obviously it undercut a bit, but still. Anyways, well, yeah. So those will be my trades here for the moment. I'm gonna keep an eye on it, but I'll be back in, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes. So we'll chat soon. Give me a sec. Hey, yeah, no, it's crazy, right? I mean, going 184.25 would be amazing, like actual TP, but 187 probably takes them off and so on and so forth. But that's pretty wild. And then Scott V, all because you had to get that T. Yeah, man. Well, hey, I'm glad I did though, because we were long on coin and that, and so got out. Maybe a little tiny loser on that one, but look at this thing down at 162. Like that'd have been 10 points, man. If I just left without you know what I mean? That's crazy. That is crazy. Anyways, yeah, for real. Let me. I'll be back in a little bit, guys. really take part in your own coin, you know? Partial on Tesla. Let's go. Okay. Well, this is it. An Apple right here at the 200 at 188. Does it start to fly, carry the markets higher? Literally, we need to see a boomstick any moment that puts the Qs above the 200 and the VWAP, and more importantly, a big strike bar. Otherwise, these markets will likely be heading lower. So, as you know, I've been taking partials. Tesla, unbelievable move. Managed to take advantage of most of the moves, so we're letting the runners do their thing. Coin, same thing. We had that big spike. So we got some runners. Obviously, was holding on a little bit, below my entry, which was fine. They're just runners. But the power of partials, and like we talked about, playing in the championship game, it is among us. So don't be afraid to take partials. You may miss out on some of the move, but it's okay. Let your runners do the work. And if you feel like adding, you can. Cue the disclaimer. It's not financial advice. It's merely an opinion. But fundamentally, like right now, markets are in deep trouble. And I say deep trouble, meaning if we don't see a pop here real soon, markets will likely continue to move or leg lower down to that 430.25 on the Qs. Even worse, 421.57, as we know, big level for the Japanese carry trade. So TLT did manage to make a big spike when the bond yield or bond auction happened and pulled back pretty sharply. Now starting to move higher. So kind of a little bit nervous on what happens to the TLT, using that also as like an ancillary indicator as to what's to come potentially. Wondering if this becomes an arm wrestle like we've been talking about. Obviously, yesterday's huge rally. Again, my apprehension around seeing a rally like that is that people are likely going to take profits and move money to the sideline, which we're seeing today. That said, this could be another opportunity for people to reload the coffers, get maybe some additional window dressing. And remember, every time VIX hits a certain level, it gives these big hedge funds an opportunity literally to look at their portfolio and say, hey, what do we want exposure to? And they get to do that almost every single time. So noticing that the VIX is, clearly been just absolutely up there. You'll see that reflected in even, option prices, et cetera, for that implied volatility. But anything above 30 is considered highly volatile. And we are up here at 48 right now. At one point, we peaked out, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, around 54, almost 55 on the VIX. So all that to say, it's important to look more broadly and looking at things like Walmart right now, Nike right now, as it sounds like Vietnam is coming to a nice, agreement here. Let's see if we get the additional move here on Tesla. Obviously, when it approached that 250, we didn't get it perfectly in the 250 print, but pretty darn close, 249 and change for additional partial. But we've got these runners. Let's see if they can actually start to, maybe scoot above that 254.21, big level for Tesla. I don't know if it's going to get there. 251.58, also a big level, hanging out right at an anchored VWAP from the day of those tariffs. So keeping a very close eye on markets. If we can get a real violent shove to the upside, maybe we got a chance to get a little mini rally into the close. But as of right now, it is somewhat muted because of the fact we are under the VWAP, we are under the 200 on the Qs, on the SPY, and people are just really getting a little apprehensive on what to buy, where to buy, how to buy, and how much exposure do they want to these markets at the end of the day. So definitely trade cautious, definitely be mindful of your sizing. This is probably not the all-in moment just yet, but we are in a couple of these long positions. We've got runners on Tesla, on coin. Let's see how we end up throughout the rest of this session. And again, was able to get like a 265 print on coin as well for a partial, and we took a partial in the 264 print as well. So let's see if we can get a nice push here. One concern that I do have that's probably not going to get talked about yet, but the reason why I'm even thinking about coin is watching Bitcoin futures right now, that as the dollar index, so that's the Dixie, DXY, continues to remain below the 200 EMA, okay, and continues lower, we are at a very unique inflection point for the dollar assets. And I say that meaning that we talk about currency wars, currency pairings. You're hearing probably a lot more about that in the news. But if we start seeing foreign markets get rid of the dollar, which is what it seems like, that means that, other countries are trying to get out of the dollar. Forget the fact that we're talking markets at this point. We're talking about getting away from the dollar, which, now you're talking reserve currency status, et cetera. Hence why I'm looking at coin or Bitcoin futures. Does it become a new hyped up ancillary, dollar source or reserve source, I don't know. Maybe we've lived in a wild time these days. So, do I think it's the Chinese yuan yet? No, because it doesn't really have enough purchasing power yet globally. Do I think it could be, the Australian dollar? Maybe, because they have access to a lot more of the natural resources in their country. That said, the lower the dollar gets, maybe we see markets move higher because we'll see credit get more accessible, which is kind of what you want to see in a inflationary environment. Dollar low, credit levels high, so that you can actually use leverage in these markets to push them higher, helping out names in growth, namely tech names. That said, a lot of these companies have plenty of exposure to tech, and the growing concerns in names like Apple having the amount of exposure that they do, nearly 30% of the revenue comes from China, and those tariffs are real. I mean, that's a real chunky number. So again, it's all stuff worth considering. It's all stuff that we've got to be mindful of. And especially if you're new to options and you're trying to trade, what expires tomorrow, be mindful. This IV will eat you alive, with theta decay being tomorrow. So, you might get a market direction move in your favor, but you're going to see that your options don't really get placed unless you see a violent shove to the upside. So, a lot of stuff to consider, a lot of stuff to be careful for. And yeah, Jeff, I'm with you too. Yeah, it was a temporary pause tariff. So we know that it's coming in 90 days for some, reevaluation. But the good news is we're going to see clear winners and losers during this time. I think that I'd say short to midterm, we'll probably see folks that, manufacture everything in the U.S. benefit. But that's also, again, cue the disclaimer, just an opinion. And I don't know, speculation right now is going to be at an all-time high, so which means volatility is going to increase even further, because speculation is a real can be a real challenge during these times. So anyways, that said, coin's looking okay for our runners. They're doing their thing. Tesla's runners are they're in the money or whatever, but they're not. I wanted to see the 254 area on Tesla, which we're not seeing at the moment, unfortunately. But it's all due to, look at the SPY. We ran right into the 200 EMA, rejected. Ran right into the 200 EMA twice, actually, rejected. Qs did the exact same thing, rejected. The, Apple is right at the 200 EMA right now. Coin is right at the 200 EMA right now. So, again, can we get above it, and can we get above VWAP to show a little bit of strength in risk on assets like coin, or even some of these tech names? That's the question mark. So right now I think people are trying to, we'll say, bet into that. Trouble is how much of that is retail versus how much of that is going to be institutional buyers, given the fact that CTAs and institutions have been dumping today in this high level of volatility. That's the question mark. So can we get a big run? Yes. Don't be afraid to pay yourself. Also protect yourself, right? If we start moving lower, be okay with getting out of the way. So you got coin up at 165 right now. Let's see if we get a push up to the VWAP, which is right around 167. If it does, I want to see if we can maybe get up in the 170s again. Don't know if it's going to happen today or not, but keeping a very, very close eye on the Qs and the SPY, because they are literally just running into that 200 all day long and just rejected every single time, like from the morning all the way till now, which is why I had a propensity to want to short markets this morning. And frankly, just didn't have the patience, especially on a name like Apple. Up at 194, we shorted. Target was 184, a 10-point move, and I can't believe it. Not only did we hit that mark, it went a little bit lower. So anyways, right now, let's see if we get a bounce. Apple would be awesome to see it in the 190s again, 192 at least, maybe 193, big level for it. We saw that kind of hold up today. Don't know if we're going to get it, but that's kind of what I'm eyeballing to see if bulls are actually going to be in control before I take any other position. Keeping an eye on NVIDIA, 107.50 we know is the level, up to 108.50. Then it'd be 110, 112 thereafter. So let me hear, we got some news coming on right now. Let's see if that's going to mix things up yet again. Be back in a bit. Stating that see how that plays out in markets. Okay, not push back. We're in trouble. Notice the Qs rejecting the 200. Notice the SPY rejecting the 200. We didn't even get to the VWAP, guys. Apple up at the VWAP, rejected. Now trying to stay above the 200, which is kind of a good sign. Nvidia's under the 200. Microsoft's under the 200. TLT now getting above the 200, which I know was a great thing. The dollar continues to get lower continuously. So again, my concern is this is now a flight away from the dollar. Forget markets. So this could have bigger implications, especially in credit markets, as we see how that plays out in the coming days. But only reason I'm using coin right now is a hedge to Bitcoin, because I can't afford to buy, 1,000 shares of Bitcoin or 1,000 Bitcoin, right? It's very expensive. So using that kind of as a hedge in the event that, maybe crypto gets a spike here, not necessarily as an increase in risk on assets, but more so as a hedge against the dollar losing its value. So also worth noting, you guys want to feel what hyperinflation is like, have a weak dollar and expensive prices. Yikes. So hopefully we get a little bit of a rally in markets to offset some of that. And that's kind of why we're in the positions we're in at the moment. But worth noting, obviously, Tesla, very volatile, 247, big level. It has been a big level in recent times. So we're right there now. Let's see what it does. Can we get a push? If we do, we need 254 to hold, 254.21 specifically. 262 is a big level for Tesla. A lot of money sitting up there. I think a lot of that money actually got evaporated in this recent run up. So can we get back up there and hold? I don't know. It's kind of wishful thinking. To be honest with you, I think it has more probability of going down. But in the event that, again, weak dollar and, these big hedge fund managers look at that as an opportunity that likely rates will probably get an emergency cut, which then creates more opportunity for leverage, right, here in the States. Again, cue the disclaimer, just an opinion, not financial advice. It's your money. Do what you want with it. Budget balance right now with his panel. Everybody wanted Apple. See that huge seller. 800,000 shares just nailed it right at the VWAP. 800,000 shares in one click or one execution, block order on Apple sold. We're now in this one candle, in a 1 minute candle, we have 1.2 million shares that have transacted on Apple alone. Huge trade there just then. Dark pool possibly. Maybe some news concerning it. I don't know, but that was an ugly, ugly candle. Coin moving though, so that's good. Tesla right at the 200. Apple just opened right at the 200 EMA, respecting that level. Let's see if we get a push here, guys. It looks like maybe we're going to get a push. I know that's a huge seller sitting up there right at the VWAP on Apple up at this 189.62 level. Let me actually pull up the order flow here. Level 2. Coins on the move. Tesla's on the move. Looking good. I'm watching Apple because Apple today was strong at the open and getting weaker by the minute. So let's see what happens on Apple. Can it get a violent shove to the upside? Let's see. Here come the Qs right into the VWAP. Be careful. Here comes Tesla on its way to the VWAP. Impressive that it's just so difficult to get to the VWAP right now. So again, probably take a little bit off a coin here in just a moment. That looks good enough for me. I'll take some off of the coin trade here. Let's see if we can get a little bit more into the 170s on coin. I doubt it because we're right at the VWAP, but maybe we get a pop here, guys. There's some, bullish optimism possibly as Trump speaks in the Oval Office. Let's see if we can get a decent move. 452.31 is the level I'm watching on the Qs, and it's 452.31. Can we get a run up, guys? Can we one time get a run up into this 2 o'clock Fed budget balance sheet and maybe into the close? But I will be paying myself all the way home. Thank you very much. Tesla, we'll take some there. Thank you. That's why we got to respect the partials at the VWAP, guys. Look at what's happening. Can we get a push, though? Can we get a push? We'll let the runners do the work for us so it's not stressful on the way up. If it gets a breakout, I can always add a little chunk, if I want it. But right now, looking okay. Right now, we need to see a run up. I don't think it's coming, though, guys. Look at this. That's gross. I'm watching Apple like a hawk right now just because I think that has a big, like if they says, oh yeah, China's great, then boom, we'll see a move on Apple and that should lift markets. Our canary in the coal mine today. Coin just not getting the love, man. Got up to 167 now, pulls back $1.30 in literally one candle. Sitting in the Oval Office with President Trump. He just called on him. You saw that deal that they did in his comment. Yep. Lance. Seller's still looming in the dark pool. I don't know, but that seller was definitely a big seller, million shares nearly. So I don't know if that's a huge order block just sitting up there waiting to sell again. And if it does, it'll prevent markets from pushing higher. If we get a breakout of any kind on Apple, we should see Nvidia, Microsoft, the rest of the Mag 7 move higher. But man, we are just inching higher, barely, not by much. And it's a little concerning. Like right now, Apple just got over 190 first time here off the lows. So let's see if 192, 193 actually becomes a reality. Tesla now up at almost 250. Let's see if we can get a push here on coin. Apple, nice little push here. Very nice. See if we can actually get a little kick. Here comes coin. Should get a breakout here on coin. Hopefully we don't get a rejection. Watching Apple here at 190. I'm not going to go in that trade, but it does look tempting if it continues. Maybe we see a little bit more Momo in the markets, but man, look at that rejection. Just gets up there, 190.63 pop, and then pulls back down $1 almost instantly. Jeez Louise, it's gross. It is gross. There is nothing but sellers out there today. What is going on? Fed budget, balanced budget sheet. So do we get a small pop? If we do, and you are long, don't be afraid to get paid, man, because this is wild. I mean, the amount of sellers today is unbelievable. Now, it could be a potential squeeze coming or a massive dump. So, guys, look at even Tesla. Glad we took our partial when we did, but look at this. Like, it's just brutal, absolutely brutal in these moves. I mean, these candles on Apple, for example, look tiny, but that is a lot of money flowing in and out of that stock right now. 73 million shares in Apple alone today. Average volume is 67 million. So we're nearly, 5 million, and we still got 2 hours left in the session coming into the Fed. Why can't I say that? Fed balanced budget. Lance, I was saying to see where you're speaking, etc. I just use the news. So like right now, I'm watching Bloomberg in the background. Apple. Apple's like another indicator for me, at least. Often a canary in the coal mine, often, representative of what the Mag 7 can, could, or should do. Not always, right? But it is a decent way to keep an eye on, like, what are these other names going to do? Is NVIDIA going to start to pop? Is Microsoft going to start to pop? Is Meta going to start to move? Tesla, right? So like right now, it is really trying to get up there And if it does continue to hold that, it should break out now because we're up at this 190.63 print. We got there a second time at 62. And watching the order flow, there's really not a whole lot up there other than probably a dark pool. So it should start to break out here above this level at 190.71 where it's at now. Let's see if it actually can push to 193. And that should, there goes Tesla up in the 250 print. I like it. Coin now up in the 167.5 print. Let's get a little bit of a scoot here. We've got 5 more minutes. And I'm not going to risk a whole lot into that 5 minutes. So I'm going to start taking some money off the table here, y'all. Please hold. Apple just got above 191 for the first time in this nonstop selling. Let's see what the Qs do. Once this candle closes, we should have a good idea of what's coming here at the Fed. Fed. Why can't I not say that, guys? What's going on? Fed budget balance. Fed budget balance. You gotta love it. There it is, 191 printed again on Apple. Let's see if it can actually get a big violent push to the upside to that 193 coveted level for the day today. Don't know if it's going to happen, but four minutes, guys. 4 minutes. We should have a difference. So if you are long, don't be afraid to take some off the table. You know, maybe it breaks out. Cool. Have some left over to take advantage of the move. There's the move on Apple now. Trying to push above. Let's see if 192 becomes a reality. Tesla now at 251. Our target is 254. We've been taking our money off the table, though, every step of the way. Tesla, go baby, go. Really want to see coin up at 170. I don't know if it's going to happen though in the next 3 minutes, but been, you know, trimming up all the way. Same thing with Tesla. Just took some more off at 251 print. It can totally keep going, and I don't mind. I really don't mind. But I don't want to be left holding the bag if we have a big old seller that just boom dumps on us, which we've seen, which then starts this downward momentum. You know, Bitcoin futures literally are barely inching higher, and coin has a nice, you know, good move. Waiting to see maybe in this next 2 minutes if it can actually push to 170. So if it does, great. We got a couple runners that could take advantage of the move. If you guys remember, our entry was really early on, 161.20. We added once we got just above 162.5, and paying ourselves all the way up. So no worries there. He's bringing up how he bought the Tesla and his people drive it around. And it's a great car, gorgeous car. But because he's president, you know, obviously he has to be driven around for security purposes. No surprise there. Okay, guys, we got 1 more minute before this Fed balance budget balance, whatever. I don't know why I can't say that, man. Let's see what happens. 30 seconds. Right now, all news is relevant. So, you know, even with coin, I mean, again, really small position left. I've got an ad sitting up at 169. It's a small ad though. It's not nothing big. watching the dollar aim lower, even lower than it was before when we started talking about it. It has done nothing but go down. What do you guys think? Now's the moment. I'm a little concerned about this coin trade now, but I'm still hanging on until we see 169. I'll have an ad sitting up there if we get there. It's a small ad, but I'm looking for a push above 170. Ideally, something like 172 would be amazing, but let's see if we get it. Here comes the move. 169 is sitting up there, a couple extra shares. Let's see if we can get it. Maybe they heard that I said I would buy some more up there. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't hit 169, grab my shares, and then dump. We're running into a anchored VWAP here on Tesla. Like almost perfectly. It's getting all big levels to keep an eye on. Qs are finally peaking above the VWAP for the first time and over the 200 EMA for the first time of the day, guys. First time of the day. SPY looks like it's trying to move, so maybe we get a little bit of an uplift here. Let's wait. Let's not get too optimistic here. But it sure would be great if coin could get up to 172 today. I would be extremely happy to take 10, 11 points, even with the runners. You know what I mean? It makes for a great trade. Tesla, now we're up 10 points. Beautiful. Oh, close. 9-ish points. 254.21 is the level Tesla will need to hold to actually have any chance of continuing that push higher that we saw yesterday up to 270 something. So let's see. Let's see. Maybe there is hope still. Who knows? Maybe there's still hope, y'all. What trades are you guys in? Let's talk about it. Feels like it took forever to get this money though. Jeez. Come on, 169 coin. Let's go. You're $1 away. Apple looking okay. He's trying to hold the 191 now. Can you believe it? We were talking about it at 184 just a moment ago. Apple now pushing. 193, big level for Apple. We saw it today, big level resistance. 194, even bigger for resistance. There goes Tesla, guys. 252. Let's go. Let's go. Maybe a chance. No ad at 169 yet. We got really close, but no cigar. Maybe we get it now. I don't know. I'm actually getting a little apprehensive to even have the ad there, but let's see. 172 is what I'd love to see on coin. Pick up 10, 11 points on 2 trades for my afternoon session. Not a bad way to trade. Not a bad way to collect some rent. The last payday. Could be all out here on Tesla soon. Okay, getting close. Look at Apple pulling back significantly now. Unbelievable. All right. I'm going to probably wrap up the coin trade here and the Tesla trade. That'll be it for the day for me. Still a good day. Great day. No big deal. Hopefully you guys crushed it today. But I think we have a higher probability now of probably going lower. Obviously, a big old spike can happen, but I'm not sitting around to wait for it and beg for my money. No thanks. So with that, we'll see you guys tomorrow at the Open. Cheers. God bless. All right, Sean. Let's take a look. Only to find a little disappointment here on the move in Bitcoin, or coin rather, Coinbase, up at 172. We would have got our TP. Oh well. Next time I'll ask you guys, hey, hold the VWAP, right? But wow, what a move. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? We ended up getting taken out there at the VWAP. Tesla, we still got a couple, like nothing really. But this move on Apple, canary in the coal mine. Look around. Hopefully you guys made some money today. Just wanted to jump on and share my remorse for the fact that I missed that move. Good for you, Mark. Good for you, man. Good for you. Yeah, hit that target 172. Now, I mean, realistically, who knows? Maybe it closes the gap. I don't know. 172 though, nice level to take some profit, without a doubt. But unbelievable. I suppose the good news or bad news is that I should just learn to trust my take profits more so, because my goodness, that would have been a very nice run. I'm not complaining, but you're tailing it off or trailing it. Yeah, right on. Good for you. Anyways, well, we'll see you at the open tomorrow, y'all. Just wanted to jump on and just can't believe it. It showed up. You know, it is what it is. Sometimes that's I get to write that in my journal today. It's hold on for your targets. You too, Seth. We'll see you in the morning. Cheers.